All right, good morning. Committee on Parole is called to order. It's 9:00 a.m. on Thursday, August 14, 2025. My name is Cheryl Renanza, serving as chair of today's parole panel, and my colleagues on the panel this morning. To my left, Mrs. Jerry Ledoux. To my right is Mr. Danny Barra. The panel is seated at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. And before we get started this morning, I'd like to ask staff here, please introduce yourself for the record. Jason?
Morning, Warden Keith Town, Elaine Hart.
Christy LeBlanc classification.
Okay.
Indeed,
All right, thank you. I'm glad you're here this morning, Doctor. And we have Mr. Bellard. Good morning, sir. Mr. Bellard, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm breathing here.
Okay, well, tell me your name and DOC number.
What it was?
What's your,
AJ Ferguson.
say it again?
AJ Ferguson. Your real name?
Your real name. DeAndre?
Donald Trump.
All right. Well, let me see. I think you have counsel with you this morning. Let me ask counsel to introduce himself. Mr. Hall, would you enter your name in the record, please?
Good morning. My name is Maurice Hall, and I am representing Mr. DeAndre Bellard.
Okay, and we have Mr. Bellard's mother, Monica Shillo, has joined us by Zoom also, and the probation and parole officer, Jennifer Ortega, has joined us as well, and we'll hear from her also. So, Mr. Hall, I'm gonna, this case was assigned to Mr. Vara, and I understand we're gonna have a communication problem with Mr. Bellard, so he's gonna read the allegation and ask for a plea of guilty or not guilty, and if your client can't do it, would you enter the plea on his behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bellard.
All right. Alleged that you have violated the conditions of your parole in the following manner. Number 2, that you failed to report for a monthly office visit on February 2024, March 2024, April 2024, May 2024, June 2024, July, August, September, October, November, and December of 2024. How do you plead to that violation? Mr. Hall?
I don't know what year that was, dude.
Mr. Bellard, how do you plead to those charges? Did you report or not?
They're asking you. They're asking you. They say they can do that with their eyes closed, you hear me? I don't know what bed bugs biting, something like that. So it's like an internal inside thing, you hear me? I'm not, you know what I'm saying? The animal bit their tongue off or something, you hear me?
But they're asking if you went to your parole officer.
You know what I'm saying? I got children, you hear me? I'm standing, you hear me?
From your
I'm gonna have-
observation, is he gonna be able to answer on his own for us?
I don't think so, sir.
No, I ain't gonna charge at all. You know, for myself speaking on, you know, on my behalf, you hear me? I'm saying, you know.
All right, we're gonna have to go to Mr. Hall for entering the plea of guilty or not guilty on behalf of it.
I'm gonna have to
Y'all
not
can
guilty
get
on his
provide.
behalf.
Get Garden, you hear me? Our Colonial Pen on Marty Park, you hear me? And, you know, get it done, you hear me? So, you know, by everybody, you know what I'm saying? We have an understanding, you know, about everybody, you know, with their family, you hear me?
Mr. Bellard, let us speak, okay? Let us talk.
I'm gonna have to deny the charges on his behalf.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to number 4, that you failed to refrain from criminal activity by being in possession of methamphetamine and opiates on or about February 12, 2024, due to a positive drug screen. Mr. Bellard, did you test positive for drugs in 2024 on February? Mr. Hall?
We're gonna have to plead not guilty to the charges.
The chaplain here, I don't know.
All right.
Now,
Condition
y'all are-
that you fail to refrain from criminal activity by being in possession of methamphetamine. Like, that's the same type of violation that, so, Mr. Hall?
We're
Not
gonna
guilty.
also plead not guilty as well.
All right.
Can't tell you.
Also, number 4,
Wow,
you fail to refrain from criminal activity by committing aggravated second-degree battery on or about January 28, 2025, and you were arrested by the Mamou Police Department for that offense. Do you remember that offense?
that's really like what I'm type of animal I could be at, like on the body, like that, you y'all know how to make some sense, for y'all function, it's a program and stuff.
All right, Mr. Hall?
We're gonna plead not guilty to those charges as well.
All right.
For lack of his
Fails to refrain from possessing dangerous weapons in on or about 128-25. When you committed the offense of aggravated second-degree battery, you were in possession of a knife that you used to stab Mr. Bourgeois. How do you plead to?
Hello, back up, and then doing some stuff. I'm not.
we're gonna
Mr.
plead
Hall?
not guilty to the charges.
Number 8, that you failed to complete your mental health and substance abuse treatment in order to do so by the parole officer.
Past 10 full body,
Hall?
We're gonna plead not guilty to those charges as well.
no, I'm not looking at me at a mirror, you heard me?
Number 9, you failed to allow your parole officer to visit you at your residence and on or about 8/14/24 by shutting the door and refusing to open it during the home visit.
We're gonna deny those. We're gonna plead not guilty to those charges as well.
And you fail to pay a monthly fee as directed and are currently $567 in arrears on that. How does it plead to that one?
Mr. Bellard, how do you plead to not paying your fees?
Shit, far layout, the tower.
We're gonna plead not guilty to the charges.
Thank you. All right. So he's pled not guilty to all the violations. We'll start back again with the failing to report for February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December of 2024. Officer Article, can you tell us a little bit about his reporting habits?
He's still muted.
Hello, good morning.
Can you tell us a little bit about his reporting habits in reference to violation number 2?
No, he never reported. Whenever I needed to see him, he wouldn't report, and I'd end up having to go to his house and just try seeing him at his house.
Mr. Hall, do you want to make any statement regarding his reporting?
No, sir. I don't have any questions.
I know they had done something with Jesus' name, you heard me? But it was positive, you heard me? And they got to touch stuff.
Number alleges that you engaged in criminal activity
Correct behavior.
and that you failed to refrain from criminal activity by using and possessing methamphetamine and opiates. And on 2/12/24, you had a positive drug screen. And
But then homo stuff going on, that's what they kept on.
also had a activity when you committed aggravated second-degree battery on 128 in Mamou.
Justified as homosexual.
Nigga, can you tell us anything about the drug screen and the battery?
No justice. Dun.
Agent Ortega, can you hear us?
Jerry Springer.
Yes, sir. Yes, the date of the criminal activity for the positive drug screen was actually on 2/8/2024. And I have, his signed admission that he did use, methamphetamines and alcohol on or about 2/2/2024. He signed it admitting, and then he signed at the bottom, indicating he was aware of his positive drug screen.
All right, and what did he have to say about the criminal activity with the second-degree battery?
I was on medical leave at the time and haven't spoken with him in regards to that. He was already transferred by the time I returned.
Okay, but we do have an affidavit from the Evangeline Parish that says he was acting erratically in the store, and when Mr. Bourgeois, the owner of the store, approached him and asked him to leave, he became violent and stabbed Mr. Bourgeois before leaving.
They doing that type of unit.
Mr. Hall, do you have anything about that?
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Number 5. That you not having in possession or control any firearms or dangerous weapons. According to the affidavit filed by the Evangeline Parish, that he was in possession of a knife when he stabbed Mr. Bourgeois. Mr. Hall, you have anything to say about it?
No, sir.
Issue number 8, that he would submit himself to available medical, mental health, and substance abuse evaluation or treatment or both when ordered to do so by the parole officer. He failed to keep appointments that were scheduled by the parole officer. Officer Article Ortega, do you have any information regarding his failure to attend the treatment?
Yes, sir. He was referred on multiple occasions, and he would go to the inpatient, and then when he'd get out, he was ordered to attend the IOP, which was 4 days a week, and they'd pick him up at his residence, they'd feed him lunch, and then they'd bring him home. And he'd attend maybe 1 or 2 times, and then he would stop taking his medicine. At one point, his mom is very into his mental health and trying to keep it. She was giving him his meds in the morning, but then he would stop taking his meds and he would stop attending any classes. And then that's when he would get back, on the drug use and just not cooperating with anybody.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, not only a mature thing, y'all, what I'm saying?
Mr. Hall, do you have any information regarding his failure to attend his mental health and substance abuse classes?
No, sir. I don't.
All right, number 9 says that you failed to allow your parole officer to visit you at your residence in on or about 8/14/2024. You shut the door on the parole officer and would not let him in or talk to him.
Yeah, Caleb and John kept going around looking at the people.
Mr. Ortega, do you have some information? Was that you he shut the door on?
Yes, sir. This was actually the second time. However, his mom was with me the first time and she unlocked the door and he ran through the house and we actually got him through the back door. But this time his mom was not home. And when I walked up, there was a slight crack in the door and he was laying on the sofa. And I said, "Hey, it's your PO." And he turned and he looked at me and then he just grabbed the door and shut it before I could even prop it open. And he looked through the window, then he shut the blinds and he never would answer the door after that.
All right. Mr. Hall, do you have any information to add for that one?
No, sir. I don't.
Number 10, that you failed to pay monthly supervision fees and are in arrears $567. Mr. Ortega, do you have any information regarding paying fees?
No, sir.
Okay.
I don't remember him paying any fees. And according to my Cajun screen, he only paid $633 one time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Hall, y'all already admitted to that one, so
Yes.
really irrelevant at that point. Uh,
Oh, my cowboy on the hill bit.
I don't have any questions. No, Paul, do you want to present some information before we make a vote?
No, sir.
All right. We
You don't
still
have
need to, we still need to talk to some other people. We have, Miss Monica Schillo, his mother, who would like to speak, and then we'll come back to Mr. Paul.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi. My name is Monica Shiloh. I'm DeAndre's mom. I wasn't aware till a few minutes ago about the hearing. DeAndre, when he's on his meds, he's pretty normal, but without the meds, he's really not himself. I've been trying for months when he was going inpatient to get him long term, because I seen that he just wasn't himself anymore, and I couldn't bring him back, and I couldn't get him to take his meds. He got PEC'd several times into a place called New Horizons in Mamu. I spoke to a doctor once there before, and he said that even when DeAndre's on the meds, he's okay, but he needed long-term mental health, and there was a waiting list. And he said, unfortunately, with the state, it would probably be a while before he could get in, but he did acknowledge that he did need help. Even in the 28-day program, the director called me and the counselor and said that, DeAndre, whenever you speak to anybody about him, always acknowledge that, yes, he is on drugs, but that's not the main issue. The main issue is his mental health. Also the drugs, but first he needs attention with the mental health. And then I seen him just going down a path that just wasn't good. He hasn't communicated with me since he's been incarcerated or prior to him being incarcerated. He lives next door. We would check on him every day. He wouldn't open the door. And sometimes we wouldn't want to go in because we didn't really know what state that he would be in, but we knew he needed help, and that by some time something like this or something else could happen. When his probation, when Miss Jennifer was out, when he wasn't incarcerated in Mamu, the supervisor did go and speak to DeAndre about his probation and his parole, but stated that they could not continue. They couldn't get anything out of him because he wasn't understanding what they were saying. And they said they wrote it all down. It was sent into the probation and parole that they were unable to communicate with him because he wasn't understanding. And when I spoke to the supervisor, he said, yes, DeAndre does need some help. So when Mama Police Department took him to the hospital to get him back on his meds, but when Dr. John Field in Mamu saw him, he said, this man needs to be in a mental hospital. And
Hey,
so they
Charlotte,
transferred him.
we hear what you're saying. We appreciate everything you've done. We're gonna hear from Dr. Fleming, who has
Okay.
firsthand knowledge of how he's doing now, and then I hope we can offer him some help.
Okay,
Dr. Fleming,
thank you.
give us some information.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your question.
Yeah, can you just give us some information? How long has he been there? And is he being compliant with his treatment? And is he on his medication?
So Mr. Bellard does carry a diagnosis of schizophrenia and is currently prescribed medication, which he oftentimes does not take. He lives in our Hunt Special Unit, which is the most acute area of the prison, so that he can see his social worker or see a social worker every day making rounds. He meets with them very frequently for one-to-one appointments, but he often won't come. He won't come out of his area to come to the appointments. So we often have to go to him at the cell. And he just he'll interact, but he's not able to make a whole lot of sense out of his treatment at this time. But he's not, at this time, not compliant with his medication regimen or his treatment plan.
And how long has he been at Hunt?
Yeah.
He's been here since March.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Hall, would you like to make a closing statement before we take the vote?
Oh,
I like to ask the doctor, when he does take his medication, how does he function at Hunt's when he's taking his medication?
So when he had been here previously and we were actually able to get him to take his medication previously, and he was at that time able to live in the dormitory. It's a mental health supported dormitory, but it's still an open dormitory. So when he takes his medication, he does function considerably better and is able to live in a supported housing environment.
I'm pretty.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other questions, so I believe we're ready to take a vote on Mr. Bellard's situation. Mr. Barrow?
Well, we find that he is guilty of all the violations listed above based on his testimony of the probation and parole officer and the affidavit filed by the Evangeline Parish District Attorney. So we find that he's guilty of all those violations, and based on that fact, I'm going to vote to revoke his parole and order him to complete mental health treatment at Hunt while he's there.
Mrs. Lee,
Read the non-compliant probation.
my vote today also is to revoke based on the violations. And quite frankly, I think he's probably at the best place that can care for him at this time. So today, Mr. Bellard's parole is being revoked. All right, we are back in session and we are ready to consider our next case, and that would be Mr. Steve Stewart. Mr. Stewart, good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself for the record, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Steve Stewart, DOC number 337546.
Okay, and you have counsel with you. Counsel, would you introduce yourself?
Good morning, Board. Adrienne Hutchison, attorney for the Louisiana Parole Project, here on behalf of Mr. Steve Stewart.
Okay, thank you. We have quite a number of people here in support today on Zoom. We have the Parole Project, Mr. Myers, Mr. Reginald Watts, also on Zoom. Here at headquarters, we have Tara Raven, Stacy Polizzola, and Tim Wilkerson. At Hunt, this is who I have on my list: Carrie Stewart, Roy Waller, Ron Hicks, Keith Bozier, Gil Jasmine, Sydney Morton, and Mary Waller. Did I miss anybody?
No, ma'am.
We also have some folks here with us at headquarters in opposition. We have Stacy Bates and Stephanie Sanchez. And also of note, I have listed on my sheet that are not speaking, they're viewing, but have an interest, is Charles Degrabels and Arthur Rhodes. So first, let me just put some information into the record. Mr. Stewart was originally sentenced in March 1994 to a life sentence for second-degree murder. His sentence was commuted by Governor Edwards in November of 2023. His sentence was commuted to 99 years with parole eligibility after attaining age 55. It's my understanding your 55th birthday will be July 15th of 26. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So the reason you came up for parole before that date was because a different legislative act, Act 122, made you parole eligible sooner than your 55th birthday. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You had a parole hearing August 8th of 2024. You received 2 votes to grant, 1 vote to deny, which it has to be a unanimous vote. So that outcome was that your parole was denied at that time. And you submitted a request for reconsideration based on a technicality. And that request was granted, and that's why we're here again today. Is all that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we've been through those preliminaries. Your case, well, first, let me ask Ms. Hutchinson, is there anything you'd like to say to us before we hear from those who are in support?
Just that you read Mr. Rhodes and Mr. DeGravele's name towards opposition, but they are in support. So I just wanted to, okay. You know, it just.
I said support. I'm sorry. It does indicate that they are in support. Thank you.
Yes, and I will speak at the end when the panel determines its approach.
Okay. Morton, is there anything you want to tell us about Mr. Stewart?
He's been housed in Elaine Hunt since 2019. He's obtained a level 3 minimum custody status. He's currently a lead mentor and he's housed in our VETS program gone. His last write-up was in 2008, so he's been 17 years disciplinary report free.
And sir, I see Warden Turner has stepped out and we had his name recorded on the record. Would you introduce yourself for the record, sir?
Deputy Warden Luke Raines.
Okay. Good to see you, Warden Raines.
Deputy Warden.
All right. Could we hear from Mr. Myers, Kerry Myers with the Parole Project?
There we go. Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We want the board to know that we're here in support of Mr. Stewart. We've been in support since prior to his clemency hearing, through his first parole hearing, and now. And there are several reasons why. One is before you. I'm not going to go through all that. You have his extensive record. He has been incarcerated for 32 years. I believe just that, you know, rehabilitation And I believe Mrs. Stewart has shown that. It starts with accountability and recognition of the harm that was caused. It also requires a desire to change and an action based on that desire. And Mrs. Stewart has done those things. And he's done it beyond what I would consider to be anything that would be minimally required of him. He's gone above and beyond. We're prepared to house and provide housing and support for Mr. Stewart, at least up until his 55th birthday, which is 10, 11 months from now. If there's any concerns about that, we certainly would be willing to keep him in our housing and in our program for at least that time. We would just ask the board to consider Mr. Stewart's rehabilitation, his remorse, the work that he's done, not only on himself vocationally and cognitively, but the work that he's done to give back to his communities through hospice, through Point Lookout, through being a leader and a mentor, everywhere he's been. So I'm not taking the board's time anymore. Just ask this board to grant us parole today.
Mr. Myers, here with us, we have the chaplain, Stacy Polozola. Would you like to speak? Would you step up to the podium, please?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Stacy Polozola. I've been at Elaine Hunt for 20 years. 18 of those years were as a volunteer, and the last couple a little part-time as the Catholic chaplain out there. So part of my journey though that brought me to Department of Corrections out at Elaine Hunt was my own journey as a victim of violent crime. So before I always agree to either speak and or like letter of recommendation, I'm always looking at it through the eyes of not only my relationship with that person, but also through the eyes of what it must be like for the victim. You have the paperwork in front of you to see the accomplishments and opportunities that Mr. Stewart has taken advantage of during his incarceration. So, we're not going to go over that. But for me, what I also like to look at is how an inmate deals with disappointment, with bad news, a bad health diagnosis. And since 2014, I've watched Steve on multiple occasions when those have occurred. And he's dealt with them with much grace and integrity. His faith, has never in those moments wavered, and his spirit remains steadfast. So I guess in closing, if the state of Louisiana were to write a new curriculum on what rehabilitation would look like, Mr. Stewart would be a perfect example of what success looks like. He has a plan. He has done everything that he possibly could do to make the most of 33 years and 32 years. And I also pay attention to what time really is. In a few hours, we're all going to be looking at our watch because we're going to be wanting lunch, or we're going to be looking at 4 o'clock on Friday or the summer vacation. 32 years is a long time with the Department of Corrections, and he has made the most of what a person could possibly do in this situation. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Wilkerson, would you want to say a few words?
Good morning, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I can echo the statements that Ms. Polozola made. I mean, Steve Stewart's record is in front of you, all of those accomplishments, but I've known him for a number of years, and I think for me, the reason why I've been before the board twice on his behalf is because he not only embodies rehabilitation, he embodies being the person that we all desire to be in some fashion. you know, despite the decisions that he made early on in life, he has given to the community in which he lives for so long. Any person that is willing to serve someone in hospital or hospital for 25 years, that for me, that's an indication of your character. That's an indication of your love for mankind. So we can talk about all the things that he's done on paper, but his actions show. And just not long ago, a few weeks ago, I was talking with Steve, and I asked him the same question that I'm sure that you all may ask. I said, Steve, why do you believe that you should be paroled? What's your reason? I have my reason. I know why you should be paroled, but why do you believe that you should be paroled? And I'm glad his mother, Miss Mercedes Stewart, and other family members are coming in right now. I'm so glad that they made it here. They were trying. Miss Mercedes suffered from condition of heart failure. This family has watched Steve come full circle for 32 years. And so when I asked him, I said, why do you believe that you should be paroled? His words to me were, I want to be paroled so that I can serve my community. He didn't say so that I can rebuild my life, so that I can do this, so that I can do something for me. He still is maintaining that he wants to serve the community, and he has done that for 32 years. There are a few people that have the record, not on paper, but being a man of character and learning from his mistakes that I've encountered through my journey throughout the Department of Corrections and now beyond. So I ask this board to please consider granting his board.
Thank you. All right, Mrs. Stewart, did you hear that your mother was able to come into the room?
My mother, yes.
We have some other folks that have joined us. Let's see, Olivia Dickinson, Mercedes Stewart, your mother, Asia Brown, and Richard Gardner. So you know. All right, Ms. Hutchinson, we'd like to hear your presentation now before we hear from the victim.
Thank you, committee. And before I start my presentation, I would like to acknowledge the Brock family that I know is present. I don't want them to think that any of the things that I say about the man that Steve is today is to diminish the hurt and pain that I know the family has felt. When you think about what a person being granted parole should look like and what their life should look like in their time in prison, I believe it's twofold. Because I think it's really the only way to gauge true remorse, and that's where it really starts. First, what has the person done to change who they are? Because if you're truly sorry for what you've done, then you'll do everything in your power to change from being that person. And then second, what has that person done to give back, to atone for their crime, and a crime that is so painful and hurtful as taking a life? You have before you the largest brief I've ever submitted, providing the depths of those two folds. And after speaking with classification this morning, I probably only had about half of his accomplishments, his work and his volunteer work, because I think her packet was larger. And it's not that big simply because he's been incarcerated for over 30 years, but because of the consistent, constant, and real work he's done and continues to do even after his denial last year. From being undereducated and entering prison with an 8th grade education, he has an associate's degree, a bachelor's degree, and hours towards his master's degree. He's hireable with vocational skills in HVAC, electrical, construction site management, and generator and engine repair. But this just shows that he's moved on from the life he was living and is educated and employable now. I think the second fold is the important fold. It's the dedication to remorse and the shame that comes with taking a life. It comes from wanting to put something back into the world that's good after causing so much pain. It shows the internal change that makes a person no longer a threat to society. And what that looks like with Steve is over 20 years in hospice care, both at Angola and at Elaine High. It's coordinating the transition program. It's pastoring and ministering at his church. It's tutoring in the education department. It's mentoring in the residential drug abuse program, teaching in the transitional program. and being a walking role model with only 8 disciplinary infractions in over 30 years and almost 30 classes that he's facilitated, mentored, or tutored. Steve is the whole picture of growth, education, humility, gratitude, change, and the profound remorse that he carries forever for taking Mr. Brock's life that led to these everyday actions. That's why his reentry plan is tailored towards the concerns that the Brock family said on his last hearing. He heard them. He will not be returning to the river parishes. It's outlined in the brief, those parishes. He will be with the Louisiana Parole Project till 55 to compensate for what the pardon board had requested, because we know the legislation takes precedence. But lastly, to grant Steve parole, someone who is a proven leader in behavior, teaching, and ministry, doesn't just benefit Steve, but the entire prison community. And I mean that beyond the walls of Elaine Hunt, because Steve's work with individuals you can see in all DOC institutions. His example of consistent integrity, personal growth, and service has inspired. And if granted parole, will continue to inspire others within the prison that the world sees their positive change. We acknowledge it, and that real redemption and rehabilitation, which we know to be true with Steve, can provide tangible outcomes. It's time to move Steve out of the way. Move him out the way so others can step up. Because people here know Steve's got it. He'll handle it, he'll teach it. Make way for others to move up into that spot. Give inspiration and motivation to others who aren't quite there yet, but look and see him every day on the wall. Allow them to walk in his footsteps. As he moves on, he's ready, willing, and able to lead outside of this prison. He's inspired groups that come in all the time about the power of redemption and rehabilitation. And the many men that are here and present with you today are in this room because part of their rehabilitation came from Steve, whether it was as a mentor, a tutor, or a minister. So today we ask the board to see what all of them have seen in Steve and provide him a second chance with the guidance of the Louisiana Parole Project and any conditions this board and the family deems necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, now we'll hear from the opposition, and Ms. Stephanie Sanchez wants to speak.
Hey, good morning, everybody. So I keep hearing, life, when you think about what we've missed, we're gonna focus on my brother for a while. He died at a very young age. Some specifics to the murder was that he wasn't just shot once, he was shot multiple times. And a bullet finally went into his lung. And he felt the pain of that. And felt his life flash in front of his face while he slowly died as his lungs filled up with blood. My brother was a mechanic. He was full of life. He was loved by us. He was loved by his family. And there's not a day that goes by that we don't think of what we're missing. The kids he might have had that might have carried his legacy on that we have nothing of him. I don't know if you can truly feel the loss and the grief unless this has happened to you personally. My mom always said, the loss of a child was a hole in a heart that could never ever heal. When she passed away, she was a very depressed person because that person wasn't in her life anymore. It carried on to us, her grief and loss. It carried on to our grandchildren. It affected every moment and every second of our life, and it still does. The holidays, the vacations, the memories that we no longer have. My brother was full of life. He loved to drive race cars. He was an awesome mechanic. He worked side by side with my dad. It's just when we went to trial, it was life without parole, and we was able to slightly move on knowing that justice will be served. But, then it was 99 years, and then the 99 years turned into another number, and we just feel, he served a little over a quarter of his sentence and less than half of his sentence.
if we go back to the 99 years. You know, I still, we have moved on. We've learned to live without my brother, you know, all of us. And we have to carry his memory in our children and our grandchildren, you know, but we just feel that at least half that sentence should be served. But that is fair to us, because it was tragic, you know, it wasn't one bullet, it was multiple bullets that was being shot until a life had ended. It was violent, and you shouldn't kill people. It's, you know, it's not something that we do. You know, we live in a society where we shouldn't be doing it, and also the family feel that he should at least serve his sentence. You know, and I hear, you know, about this life and all the people he's changed and, you know, and all, but, you know, we never had that opportunity. We never had that chance for my brother, you know, to make a change in his life, you know. It's just, it's gone, you know, and it's just a grief and a loss that, you know, it's really deep. It affects every second of our life. Thanks so much.
Thank you for being here. All right, Mr. Stewart's case was assigned to Mr. Barra.
Yep. Mr. Stewart, we had a lot of people talking about you and for you, but we haven't heard anything from you. This is your shot. Go ahead and tell us why you think you would be a good candidate for parole, what you've been doing.
All right, thank you. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. First and foremost, I would like to just extend my deepest heartfelt apology, you know, to the Brock family for causing them so much pain. And you know, I pray that they'll understand that my heart goes out to them, and I take full responsibility for what I did. The crime that I committed, it was senseless, and I'll never probably be able to live that down. But everything that I have done it with Mr. Brock in mind, because I don't want to be a person who continue to hurt, but I want to be a person who serve and help people, so we won't make any more victims. As for this, the thing that I've done since I've been incarcerated, I was doing these things even before I had an opportunity that I was going to ever be released from prison, because it was in that moment that I realized that what I did was wrong. When I took Mr. Brock's life, I turned myself into the authorities. And I admitted to the crime. So I just want the board to just consider the things that I've done, and let the thing that I've done speak for me, because it hurt me. I can't even begin to explain the pain it caused me, even having to go through all this again, and even having to think about the situation, because my intent wasn't to kill Mr. Brock, but it happened. And now that's something that I have to continue to live with, and I got to continue to try to help other people to not go down the same path that I done went down. I see so many guys or men coming to this prison with no direction, and so I try to help lead them in the right direction. I work with hospice. I'm a pastor in this community. I understand what it's like when people is grieving and they're hurting, because I'm the ear that they have to come talk to now. So I understand. I know how to express empathy. At one time, I didn't know all these things. If I could go back and speak to my 21-year-old self back then, I'll tell him to be patient, not to overreact, not to make permanent decisions on temporary feelings. A lot of things I'll go back and tell my younger self. So he would have to encounter, these, things. So. Thank you. Is there,
You sure?
Anybody else has a question?
I have a couple of questions I just wanted to clarify. We were looking at your record a while ago, and we see from maybe 2014, 2019, you went back and forth to Angola for several days or weeks at a time. What was that about?
We are going back on different conferences. That's when we used to have different conferences, and they used to bring all the peer ministers back, and the pastors back for those different conferences.
Okay, yeah, all right. That's kind of what I thought. We needed some clarification. Thank you for that. I don't see any other questions, so I do believe the panel is prepared to vote. Mr. Ballard?
Listening to the testimony and reading the reports, you have done a great job in prison. You have completed a lot of programs. Hearing the pain that the victims still suffer. I'm gonna go ahead and vote to grant your parole upon turning age 55. I think that's one of the points that maybe the victim thought would be a settling point, so I'm gonna go with that.
Ms. Ledoux?
Can we go into an executive session?
We have a motion for executive session. I'll second. Can you call the roll?
Cheryl Renata,
Yes.
Dana Barrow,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux.
Yes.
So we will be in executive session for just a couple of moments to discuss confidential matters.
Can I mute it? Yep. Hold on.
All right, I'll make the motion that we return to regular session. It's 10:09. Is there any objection to the motion? All right, we're back in regular session. So, after our discussion of confidential matters, Mr. Barra has, asked to, reconsider his vote. So I'll ask for his vote at this time.
All right. I'm gonna still go ahead and vote to grant, but put the release date for May 1st of next year. That's as far as I could get it out.
Mrs. Ledoux.
My vote is to grant parole with the condition that Mr. Stewart do not return to the parish of conviction, nor have any kind of contact with the victims whatsoever, as well as stay in the facilities and under the program for the parole project for up to 1 year.
All right, my vote today, I voted for Mr. Stewart at his clemency hearing. My vote today also is to grant the parole with the same conditions that have been outlined by Mrs. Ledoux, that he do stay with the parole project at least to his age 55. Proceeding is that his parole has been granted to the parole project. Good morning, Mr. Banks.
Yes, ma'am. How are you? Good morning.
You introduce yourself. Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is David Banks, 313249.
Right, and you can see, I hope, on the screen that we have by Zoom, we have the Parole Project, Mr. Myers, your mother, Miss Mary Sampson, and your daughter, Onyx Addison, and all of whom will be speaking on your behalf. First, Mr. Banks, let me just read some identifying information into the record. Mr. Banks, you're classified as a fourth felony offender, currently serving a life sentence. You were sentenced, you're serving a life sentence for attempted possession with intent to distribute marijuana, possession with intent to distribute marijuana, and as a habitual offender, possession with intent to distribute cocaine. You have a parole eligibility date, which is passed. It's October 27th of 2022. You do not earn good time. So is all that information correct, Mr. Banks?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Banks, tell us why you're there, why you're in prison, serving a life sentence for dealing and using drugs. What have you done since you've been in prison that you would make you believe we should vote favorably for you?
Well, I have a better insight on life since I've been incarcerated, and I've accomplished my ISET. I have taken several vocational skills as well as other self-help programs. And if given the opportunity, I would like to give back to society what I've taken away. I've grown to know that in selling drugs, I've destroyed a lot of people's lives. Not only my family, but people in the community as well.
Right. And we'll get a little more information from you when we do our interviews. But first, let's hear from Warden Reams. Is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Banks?
He's been housed here since 2016. He's currently in medium custody. He doesn't currently have a job due to some duty restrictions, health concerns. He does have numerous vocational classes that he's taken. He has his high school equivalency. He hasn't had a disciplinary report since 2019. I guess the only thing I could say negative about Mr. Banks is he's got numerous aggravated sex offense write-ups, and throughout all of his classes that he's taken, I don't see where he's even attempted to get the sex offender treatment. That's about the only thing I can say negative about it.
Okay, well, thank you. We appreciate it. Mr. Myers, we'd like to hear from the Parole Project.
Yes, good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here on behalf of David Banks today to support his parole. Mr. Banks is serving a life sentence, as you stated, for nonviolent offenses. He would have had a parole hearing in 2022, except that his health, he was actually hospitalized. He had to have surgery. He had to have a second surgery earlier this year, but he is on his way to recovery. Also stated was that he has multiple programs, both vocational and cognitive programs. Mr. Banks, and talking to him just earlier this week, certainly recognizes the fact that while he was not a user, he dealt drugs for money, and he understands fully that the harm that caused to his community and the people that he sold to. He has a supportive parole project. He has a long-term residence here in Baton Rouge. He'll be also connected to us locally because of that. We're prepared to help him through this transition with employment, with the skills that he needs, with the life skills, financial, technology, social norms. He'll be evaluated by our social workers. He's been a member of AANA while he's been incarcerated. He'll continue to do that once he is released. not because he used, but because he understands that his drug dealing harmed people's lives, and he can relate to that. He can actually be a positive force through that. So we'd ask this board to consider Mr. Banks today and grant his parole.
Thank you, sir. Could we hear from Miss Mary Sampson, please?
I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. What would you like us to know about your son?
I believe that in the time that he's been incarcerated, he's learned a lot. He's worked to develop skills that could help him to grow on the outside, and that the things that he's done, I noticed that the growth that he's made in the time that he's been incarcerated has helped him to change a lot of positive in his life. He's changed a lot of attitude about how he felt about what he was doing. And the fact that he really want to make a difference in his life and the lives of others. That has been a real help for me in knowing that he's really ready to take responsibility for himself and the support that he will have on the outside that he can lean on and depend on, helping him to grow at this point. I'm here to support him. He has other family members that are here to support him. His sisters are available as well as other family members. I'm very proud of the fact that he's worked to enhance his life, to grow, and to make positive changes for himself. Is there any particular questions that you would like to ask me other than that?
No, ma'am. Thank you very much for sharing those remarks with us. We'd at this time like to hear from Miss Addison.
Good morning.
Morning. Go ahead. Tell us what you want us to know.
At this time, I would love to speak on my father's behalf and advise that I miss him. I've been without a father my whole life. I'm sure you all can see his criminal history. And this has been a tough battle for us. We've been working to try and get him on the right path, and I believe he has made progress. He's done the things that it takes in order to show that he's ready for society to accept him. I'm willing to accept him. He has a home to come home to. He has stability here with us here in Louisiana or in California, whichever he chooses to decide where he wants to be. I just hope that you all could give him just one more opportunity to see what he can do in order to enhance the world here outside those walls.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Banks, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Ledoux. Would you answer her questions?
Mr. Banks,
Yes, ma'am.
what year did you go into prison this last time?
2007.
2007.
Yes, ma'am.
It looks like you woke up and started taking classes around 2013. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I've taken a few, I was taking a few classes at Sensaw, at a few satellite camps. I took a few classes there, and the few that I was able to take when I was in Angola as well, due to the life sentence that I had, I was very limited to the programs that was offered. So I had to take what I could take at the time.
So with the life sentence, why were you trying to take classes?
Well, I felt as though that I needed to better myself. I needed to better myself. I seen that I had destroyed some people. I've destroyed lives, selling drugs. And that's not the way that life was meant to be. Took me a minute. But I see what I done. And I know that I did wrong. I look back and I see children without shoes, without. And I say to myself, sometimes I might have been that person that took that from him. And I know that I was wrong for doing so because I wasn't raised that way. I was never raised that way to be that person. So I had to make a change in my life. I had to take some type of stand for myself and understand that life is not just surrounded by you. You have other people that you're hurting as well. So I needed to just take a look at myself and just try to bring out what's.
In your opinion, I mean, I can read, I have sentencing minutes and I can read what's on the paper. Why do you think that you got a life sentence for nonviolent? I mean, let me just be honest. I mean, I see lighter sentences for murder. So why do you think that you got a life sentence for nonviolent drug charge?
I can't really answer that. Only thing I can say that I've been selling drugs and I've had numerous chances. And I feel as though the judge gave me that at that time. He felt that's what I needed right now. I need, because it gave me the opportunity to realize that I'm sitting here with a life sentence, not knowing if I ever get out. But I need to make a change within myself, where I'm at, right here, right now. So through the years I've been incarcerated, I see those changes through programs that I've taken.
It may have been a good thing for you to have been in with that attitude, knowing that you're looking at a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So your health is improving, you said?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
I don't have any further questions.
I don't have any questions.
So, were you addicted to the money?
I was addicted to the money. I was addicted to it. The money was something that I used for a crutch. And I thought I was doing the right thing, but I knew deep inside me, I knew I was wrong. And
Did you ever do a paying real legal W-2 job?
Yes, ma'am. I've always carried a job. I've had plenty of jobs. I have plenty of skills. I'm a cement finisher, roofing, cook. You know, I have plenty.
You just wanted more.
I've been working all my life. I wasn't raised this way.
Well, I hear your mom, listening to your mom, I know that's the case. You just wasn't satisfied.
No, I took the street life on my own. My mom never smoked. I've never seen my mom drink. Nothing.
How many children you have?
I have two.
We heard from one. Do you have your daughter? Do you have a relationship with the other child?
Yes, ma'am. She's in Houston, in Texas, rather.
So you have
in
California and Texas? Family? You have family, Louisiana, California, and Texas?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. I don't see any other questions. I think what I think about you is that we'd have locked you up a long time when you first got arrested, your very first offense. We wouldn't be looking at you today, probably. Might would have got your attention back then, huh?
it's been a big eye opener for me. It's really.
Yep. All right, I think we're prepared. Mrs. Ledoux.
Mr. Banks, you can well imagine the scope of sentences I see before me in this job, and life sentence for nonviolent drug is, you've been in over 16 years. My vote today is to grant parole to the Parole Project until such time as you make long-term arrangements. I'd like for you to stay there at least 9 months. And then you can make some long-term arrangements where you feel like it's best for you to be. And I would encourage you to continue with AA and NA once a week, at least for the first 6 to 8 months, to keep your mind straight on why you went to prison. Okay?
All right.
I'm gonna concur with Ms. Ledoux, but add the condition that you stay out of the high crime areas. And if you don't know where they are, ask your parole officer. They probably still the same as where you used to go.
Yes.
And that you complete 2 days community service per week until you're gainfully employed. If you have a job, you don't have to do the community service work. If you're unemployed, you're gonna have to do the community service work. We just don't want you out there with nothing to do.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Banks, my vote is the same, to grant you parole with the special conditions that have been spoken by my colleagues. You understand all those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Like to you, sir.
Thank each and every one of y'all for accepting me.
You do realize that on a life sentence, when you're paroled, if you mess up, you go back to life.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, is Mr. Daigle available?
He's not here yet, man.
We're getting him in, Madam Chairman. He's in a wheelchair.
Okay, and y'all have some family there also with him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're ready when y'all are. All right, Mr. Daigle, you got all situated now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You've been through this process before, so let me just ask, we'll just jump right in. Would you introduce yourself, tell us your name and DOC number?
Kenny Daigle, 374473.
And let me acknowledge your family that's there with you. You have Jennifer Jobert, your niece. Am I pronouncing that name correctly? Is it Jobert?
Yeah.
Joshua Jobert, your nephew, your son Damian Daigle, and Mia Pollitt, your friend. And Joshua wants to speak on your behalf. So your case was assigned to me, so let me just read the identifying information into the record. Okay. You're classified as a fourth felony offender. You are currently serving a 12-year sentence. You were sentenced as a habitual offender in December 2021, possession with intent to distribute methamphetamine, distribution of marijuana, possession with intent to distribute cocaine. Your parole eligibility date was April 13, 2024, and your good time date is October 31st, 2032. All that.
That's right.
So when you appeared before parole panel in July of 2024. I was on that panel. And at that time, I think you had just arrived at Hunt.
Yeah. Sure.
I denied you at least based on your history of substance and drug abuse and your past criminal history. And I noted that you needed to continue to receive rehabilitative services for your health there at that facility and to remain sober for a more sustained period of time. Yes, so tell me about since that hearing in July of 24, what's changed about you?
More productive. Go to church every Sunday. I got a class. We sit around, we talk about AA, NA.
What class would you say about a class?
I did another class, got another certificate. It's a parenting class of some sort. Yes, ma'am. And completed that successfully. I forget a lot of stuff. Since that stroke really messed me up. My memory's real bad. I can read a book, forget what I read. I don't even know the title of it anymore. Actually, I'm reading one now. I couldn't tell you what I read out of. It's really bad. And I've been in a lot of.
Do you rely on that wheelchair all the time, or can you get around?
I mean, I go a little ways, but I get tired. I gotta have something to sit on. Yeah. I mean, I can walk. I got a brace on my leg. And my leg's swollen right now. It's so tight, it hurts.
So that's why you're in the wheelchair.
Yeah, well, I mean, from the stroke, paralyzed.
So, how long have you been sober?
Since 21.
4 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And my note says 4 years, 5 months sober now. Is that about right?
Definitely right. Definitely.
So,
good too.
Say that again.
I said, it feels good too. I didn't put on all the weight.
That's good. You do look different. I went back and watched our video from your last hearing and you do look different. You have put on a good amount of weight.
Yeah, definitely.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Has your health improved?
Except for the pain, I hurt all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, my head's pretty good considering. My blood pressure's down, it stays down. I mean, there's no more therapy, so, I mean, I don't have therapy, so I don't walk like I'm supposed to every day.
No, you should make an effort to do that. So the last time we met, you explained to us what happened. I mean, you were the maintenance man at the hotel or motel or whatever, and you were selling the drugs to the people that stayed in the hotel, and it was basically to support your own addiction.
Yeah, that's right.
And your family member, I believe it might have been your brother-in-law that was there, and he said, what I noted was you went to the impact program in 2006.
Yeah.
Yes. You were released, and then you went to Bridge House for like 8 years, long time. Very well. And then something happened there. You were released to supervision 3 years later. You're back. You went to the Steve Hoyle program.
Yes, ma'am.
2014, and then you got out in 2015. You finished your supervision in 16, and then you got back 2021. Here you are again. So none of those treatment programs work for you. Why is that?
I guess I wasn't done. I'm done now. I can't. 3 heart attacks and 2 strokes. I can't anymore. It's over. Give another chance. It won't be a chance. I got it this time. Definitely done.
But why do you think it didn't work before? Those programs that I mentioned are the best we got.
Guess I wasn't ready. I have no answer. I wasn't ready. I guess the people I hung out with, the wrong crowd.
That's one of the things they teach you. You got to change your people, places, and things. That's what you did not do.
Well, I did. I guess it just comes to me. It just all happened.
So if they came to you now, what would you do?
I can't do nothing anymore. I'm done. I can't barely get around.
Well,
And I'm trying to move, get closer to my family. So I'll be around them.
Where are you gonna go live?
Actually, it's still in the air. I'm trying to get to a rehabilitation place or an old folks home.
Yeah, that's what your sister said. Something she wrote to us that you would have to go to a nursing home. Is that what you're working on?
Yeah, well, actually, she caught cancer. I was gonna go to her house. She's stuck. She's in bad shape, and
Yeah, she's not able to care for you.
no.
All right. Well, let's hear from, it was your nephew Joshua that wants to.
Good morning. Thank you. My mother is the one that you previously referenced before. She's no longer able to take care of him. I want to touch on, you asked what would be different this time than last time, and I would say it would be the support structure for King. Previously, my sister and I were not able or in a place to be able to assist or aid in taking care of him. However, we are now. We both have the ability to be there and have him placed in a facility. We ask that we can work with the social work staff here at Elaine Hunt to maybe have him placed in a skilled nursing facility. We have also spoken with Kenny about having power of attorney to my sister and I, Jennifer Jobert, so that we can control who comes and goes to see him in these facilities and ensure that he is not being tied up with the wrong crowd. We also now have the support of his son, Damien, to help look over him, watch him, keep him away from those things. We're all in a better place to be able to do that at this point in time. Kenny has had bouts of sobriety. He's also had relapse. This time we are extremely committed to ensuring that he doesn't have that anymore, as both the family support structure and ensuring that he goes to NA, AA, and any other classes that he needs to be able to succeed in his sobriety. We're deeply concerned about his health. As a family, we have heart issues, and we've been known to have strokes. So we want to ensure that he gets the level of care that he needs and the rehabilitation that he needs. And when he's in a place, we can ensure that he is taken care of, whether it be living in one of our homes or maybe at one day getting him a place of his own. But we'd like to take it a step at a time and ensure that he's in a skilled facility. Really, that sums it up. As we're committed as a family to ensure that he succeeds this time.
Thanks for sharing those plans with us. That's all the questions I have. Any questions?
I just wanted to ask, have you achieved a GED or what is your educational level?
No, I haven't, but, I was a plumber and I ran 2 crews and I'm a pretty good mechanic also. I mean, I'm not a certified, but I work from somebody else's license. And
Did you ever take literacy? Have you ever taken a literacy class?
No, ma'am, no.
So that is a requirement for either trades while you're in literacy or GED. That has to be taken. Okay, we have a question.
And have you done the pre-release program? 100 hours? But Warden Rings, maybe you can address that for us.
Was that?
The warden's checking for us.
Yes, and he's been here for about 14 months. He hasn't had any write-ups since he's been here. He's currently housed in our building 4 assisted living area. But as far as any other type of classes, those are the only 2 things I have for him.
Actually, I can't get around. I can't get around in a wheelchair. I can't get across the park.
Well, I think they have accommodations for that. Mr. Barrow.
I go to the church on the D1 side on Sunday. I can handle that. I get somebody to push me there. It's a little ways from the dorm where we stay at. But I go on a regular basis. I'm Catholic. I like to go to the Catholic church. I can't come to this side.
If he signed up for them, we would make sure he made it to those classes.
Yes, thank you. I knew you would, Warden. I think he doesn't really care for that. I would like to make a motion for executive session.
Hey.
Can you call the roll?
Yeah, Nelson,
Yes.
Dana Barrow,
Yes.
Julie.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I'll move to go back in regular session. It is 11 a.m. Is there any objection to that motion? Okay, we are back in regular session. Mr. Daigle, we had to look at the record closely because there is a requirement now that in order to be eligible for parole, you have to have at least have your high school GED, you have to have completed the literacy program. These are or. That's why she asked you about the literacy program or the job skills training program. And according to what Warden Reams has seen in the record, you don't meet any of that criteria. Also, you have to have completed the pre-release 100-hour program, and we don't see that in the record. That's two requirements that you must have to be eligible for parole now. You don't meet those criteria, so you're technically not eligible for parole today.
Well, I did the pre-release program in the past. And like I said, I have a
Where did you do that?
in New Orleans.
Well, that's not the DOC pre-release program. So technically, I mean, I appreciate all the commitment from your family, but you're not technically eligible for parole today. So rather than denying, I'm saying eligible for giving time. So rather than deny your parole today, I'm going to just determine and deem that you're ineligible to take no action, give you time to go take programs. Warden Reams has said, sign up for it and they'll be sure that you get there. And then when you get those programs under your belt and you're technically eligible for parole, you can reapply. So that's my vote today, no action. Okay.
I concur.
Mr. Butler.
I concur.
All right, you got some work to do. All right, good morning, Mr. Winfrey.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Charles Winfrey, DOC number 476279.
Thank you. You have counsel with you this morning. Counsel, would you introduce yourself?
My name is Christine Lehman, and I'm here on behalf of Mr. Winfrey. Thank you.
All right, and we'll, once we hear from all the folks in support, we'll ask you for your presentation. But let me recognize those who are here in support. We have Mr. Myers with the Parole Project, Mr. Gregory Winfrey, Mr. Charles's brother, Cheryl Lee, a cousin, and Oliver Howard. And I think I see Ron Hicks. I don't see him listed there also. We do have opposition, all of whom are on Zoom. Miss Marcia Duhan, Marilyn Stovall, Katrina Chamber, and Sharonda Robinson, all of whom have indicated they'd like to say some words. They're representing two different victims, so we will allow testimony from all of them. It's also noted there's some other family members that are here in support. Precious Green, Jatorian Winfrey, and Monica Winfrey, all family members, are here in support. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record. You are, Mr. Winfrey, classified as a second felony offender. You currently serve a sentence that totals 110 years. You were sentenced in Calcasieu Parish, December 2003, for attempted first-degree murder, first-degree feticide, and 3 counts of manslaughter. So all those sentences run consecutive. That's why it's 110 years. Parole eligibility date was January 21st, 2022. Your adjusted good time date is October of 2088. Is all that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you tell us what happened in this incident. You killed 4 people, and tell us what happened and why you believe we ought to vote for you.
Yes, ma'am. In 2000, at the end of 2006, me and 3 other guys came down here from Houston in an attempt to get back some money that had been taken from me in a couple of months before. He was coming down here to do a robbery on Mr. Harold. When we got down here, one of my co-defendants was already down there. He was making some deals with Harold, and we met up with him. He was at one of his girlfriend's house. So we went over there and we met up with him. We smoked 2 cigarettes that were laced with PCP. After we smoked those 2 cigarettes, we went over to the house of Mr. Harold. We went in the house. They tied the victims up, and my co-defendant handed me the gun. He said, "Here, hold this gun. I'm gonna go search the house." The rest of the guys were searching the house, but I guess they wasn't able to find anything. So I kept asking Mr. Harold, why did he set me up? Why did he rob me? And he kept saying, it wasn't me, it was somebody else. And I just kept asking him. I shot 4 people, 3 of them ended up dying. It was the worst decision I've ever made in my life. That's why I'm here.
What did they take from you?
They took 42 ounces of cocaine and $10,000. 8 months prior to the incident.
We'll get a little more into that shortly. Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Winfrey?
He's been at Elaine Hunt since 2018. He hasn't had any write-ups since he's been here. He has obtained his GED. He's done numerous classes. He's currently assigned to our automotive repair shop as a certified tutor. He does a pretty good job here and is, I'd say a mentor to the other inmates here that are kind of work with him and are housed around him.
Good. All right, good, thank you. Can we hear from the parole project now, Mr. Myers?
Yes, good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. Here to let the board know we have accepted Mr. Winfrey into our program. Ms. Winfrey also has a pending ICOTS application to Texas. So when he completes our program, should this board grant his parole and completes phase 1 of our program, he will go to his approved ICOTS address in Texas. We believe Mr. Winfrey has shown through his rehabilitation and his remorse that he is certainly more than the one action that as horrible as it is, he is more than the one action that led him to prison. He's shown that through his sincerity, through the way he helps other people, through the volunteerism and mentorship that he provides in the prison. Should he come to Parole Project, should this board grant him, he'll get the transition services that he needs before he goes to his long-term address. We'll provide him support and mentorship. We'll help him with financial planning, social norms. We'll make sure he's connected to his medical services before he goes. We'll essentially provide him the things that someone who's been incarcerated the length of time Chuck has been incarcerated to help him through that transition. We would, Chuck, he had a hearing a couple of years ago, and the board looked at his programming, the board looked at his work, and said, continue doing what you're doing. And he's done that. He's continued to do what he's doing. And he'll continue to do that because he's dedicated himself to being a better person. So I would ask this board to consider those things in making their decision to grant his parole today.
Great, thank you. Could we hear from Gregory Winfrey, please?
Hello, how you doing today? My name is Gregory Winfrey. I'm Charles's older brother. And I want to thank y'all for letting me speak today. First of all, I'd like to apologize to the family for all the harm and loss that they have endured behind this horrible situation, because and me and my family, we do apologize, and I keep them in my prayer as well as my brother in my prayer. And I just came to speak for him today, asking that you would grant his parole, not just because he's my brother, but because I've seen a change over him. I used to visit him in Angola, around the prison rodeos or visitation, and I've seen over the years that he's changed a lot. And hopefully if he's granted another chance, I know that he can get out and do better. And I'm also the one where he will be paroled into if he is paroled. And he will have a stable job because I have a landscape business that I've been running for almost 20 years now. So he will have a job and he will have a stable place to stay. And that's about it. I just want to say that, and I'm just hoping that you would find it hard to grant him parole today.
Great, thank you, sir. Appreciate you sharing those remarks with us. Next, could we have Cheryl Lee, please?
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Cheryl Lee. I am one of Charles's, well, Chuck as we call him, older cousins. Again, I know it's been said, but I would like to definitely extend my condolences from my whole entire family for the family of the victims. Anytime you have situations like this, I believe there's always two families that are victimized. But we do want them to know that by no means do we take this lightly. We do extend our most sincere condolences. Charles was pretty much a kid when this occurred. We have watched over the years at his transition. He's changed tremendously. He's not the young man he was when this occurred. We've watched him grow into a totally different individual. We've watched him, as the gentleman stated, Mr. Myers stated, he's gotten his GED, he's gotten so many certifications, he's mentoring people. My mom was sick for a whole year, and he consistently called checking on us, my siblings and I, to see how we were doing. He has a great support system. And as my cousin, his brother said, he definitely will have a job. He will have a stable home. We have a whole village here to be able to support him. And I am sure that he will not have any problems being reintroduced to the community if he's allowed to be paroled. Charles is a very mild and meek person. He is definitely not the person that committed this crime. When I say that, I don't mean it literally. I mean, he has realized the damage that he's done to the families. He is extremely remorseful. He definitely knows how bad this has hurt someone else. And he realizes that. I think that he realizes he definitely made a mistake, as he stated, one of the worst mistakes of his life. But I do believe that he is extremely remorseful. And I support granting him a parole if that's what you all support as well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing those thoughts.
Thank you.
Ms. Lehman, could we hear from you now?
Yes, thank you so much. Mr. Winfrey, as you've heard, fully admits his guilt in this awful crime, and that we know that the board has to weigh the seriousness of the offense very heavily. We also hope that you consider what I think is a truly exceptional nature of Mr. Winfrey's rehabilitation. I have known Mr. Winfrey for 25 years. I was much younger, a baby lawyer when I was able to help out in his defense. And I've continued to visit him over that time because, frankly, he's a very inspiring person. And I'm privileged to be able to represent him today. This is, as you know, Mr. Winfrey's second appearance before this board. Last time the board acknowledged all of the work that he had done, all of the programming, all of the certifications, but in light of the seriousness of the crime, told Mr. Winfrey to go back and to continue doing what he was doing, to do more, to not let up. And he has done that. He has continued his work as a very skilled and busy auto mechanic at Hunt, where he daily instructs young inmates who are interested in learning the trade, and who are also interested in more fully rehabilitating himself. He is a certified tutor and mentor. And I think it's important to point out that he was chosen to be part of a new rehabilitation and reentry program at Angola years ago that was centered on the auto mechanic trade. And then he was asked to come to Hunt to help initiate that program here. And that was by then Warden Kane and Assistant Secretary Stagg, and they've both written letters in support of Mr. Winfrey that I think are quite compelling. And those letters make clear that he was asked to do this because of his technical skill, yes, which has become impressive because he's made use of all the opportunities in the DOC, but also because of his moral character. And there just are a number of letters from senior correctional folks that testify to both those facets of Mr. Winfrey that I hope you review or have reviewed. He has also, since his last parole hearing, continued to pursue even further certifications in his field. And importantly, he's continued to engage in the rehabilitative programming. And, you know, yeah, the DOC has wonderful programming, but at a certain point, he's been repeating classes. But he does that with full heart. He has taken, I think, the Living in Balance class recently again. That is an addiction recovery program. It's in 2 parts. And he's taken it again because he knows that addiction recovery is a lifelong effort and that he can always glean something more. He has taken recent training in leadership, parenting. He's volunteered at the hospice. And I know that the most important thing to him has been the programming that the DOC offers on the impact of crimes on victims. He has taken that coursework, and he has been privileged to also engage in the victim offender dialogue with Ms. Katrina Chambers, who is here today. And that has been, is a very impressive and serious program. And again, he's very grateful to Ms. Chambers for participating in that with him. He is also very grateful for the opportunity he had earlier in the case to speak to Ms. Marcia Dupont, who is also here today. She was very generous in speaking to him as well. I want to just point out his support from the Parole Project. I know you all know that program and how impressive it is, and I'm very grateful that they're supporting Mr. Winfrey today. And finally, I've had the privilege of getting to know multiple members of Mr. Winfrey's family. You've heard from 2 of them, Mr. Greg Winfrey and Ms. Cheryl Lee. There are multiple others, including his 2 children, who are here today and would speak if there was space, but we know there are constraints. He will be returning if he is able to, when he is able to a large connected family that will keep him accountable. In speaking to them over the years, one of the things that struck me is how much he has managed to give to them and support them, even being in prison. He has learned a lot about himself, about the struggles people go through, and so he's been able to do that. He would love to be able to go home and work a job and support his family more fully. So I ask the board to grant Mr. Winfrey release with any conditions it deems appropriate, acknowledging the seriousness of the crime, but also in light of the exceptional evidence of rehabilitation and the support from senior experienced correctional staff who have known Mr. Winfrey for years and who believe in him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A good presentation. We appreciate it. At this time, we'll hear from the opposition. And they're all on Zoom. Could we hear from Ms. Marcia Dupont first, please?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Marcia Duhan. I'm the mother of Kimberly Duhan Salvo. And I was wanting to make sure that his parole was denied. Charles Winfrey was facing the death penalty. He asked me to give him 110 years to take the death penalty off. And that's what he agreed to. He asked me for 110 years. So now it's just 24 years and he wants to go up for parole. That just like he just killed 4 people and get 6 years apiece from each victim. And my daughter, that's the only daughter I had. My daughter was pregnant. She begged for her life and he still killed her. And he wants to go off of parole. He asked for 110 years. I agreed to that because that's what I expect for him to do. And my kids were so close. My oldest son couldn't take it no more. He committed suicide behind my daughter. And she would have been 45 years old this month on the 10th. So I know he might be doing all this stuff they say he's doing up in there. That's fine and dandy. But you made a bad decision 24 years ago to take 4 people's lives. And you think want to get a little smack on his hand and walk free. That's not fair. My daughter deserved justice for her life. And his family can still go see him. I can't go see my daughter no more. And it's like, I'm reliving this over. I had to go for parole hearing from him last time. Now this again. It's just like, it's all flashback in my face again of my daughter. And I want my daughter to have justice. I don't want him to make parole. He doing all this, that's fine. That's good. Keep doing good up in the system. You might can help somebody else, but you made a bad decision to take 4 people's lives away. So I'm asking for his parole to be denied for him to do the time he asked me for. He asked me for 110 years.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Duhon. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today. And we know we have also Miss Marilyn Stovall. Marilyn? Can you unmute your microphone?
Yes, ma'am. You can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I'm here.
Go ahead. What would you like us to know?
Yes, I would like you to know that I don't want the parole. I want him to stay in there and do the 110 years that he asked my sister for. She did everything that he asked, so therefore he needs to do the 110 years because my whole family suffered behind my niece being murdered and her baby.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Stovall. Thank you. Thank you for your remarks. And we have Katrina Chamber.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, ma'am. What would you like us to know?
Good morning. My name is Katrina Chambers, and I'm speaking on behalf of my family and the victim, Harold Sarver. I joined the Victim Assistance Program 3 years ago. I have gotten a lot out the program in those 3 years. I have had back and forth communications with Mr. Charles Winfrey over the years and had the pleasure of meeting, at which time we spoken in person and I forgave him. His apology was very sincere and he has admitted his wrongdoing. He has given our family closure to move past this. I feel this is not the same young man he was when he went to jail at age 23. After speaking to Mr. Winfrey for 6 years, I can honestly say he's become a man who is very remorseful and he has paid his debt to society. He has many accomplishments. He has a strong support system behind him. I believe he should be paroled out. He's almost 50 years old. His life he once knew is no longer that 23-year-old. I believe he should be able to go home, live his life with family, be a productive citizen, a mentor to other young youth. I will not fight his parole because I have forgiven Mr. Winfrey. No amount of years will bring back the victims or erase what has happened. But in order to move on, you have to forgive as God has forgiven us. There's no one perfect in life, but I feel people do deserve second chances in life. Mr. Winfrey, I speak to you today because I feel you deserve a second chance.
Well, thank you, Ms. Chamber. We appreciate hearing from you today. It takes a lot of courage. We have Sharonda Robinson also joined us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Ma'am?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. How are y'all?
Morning.
Well, good afternoon, whatever it is. Oh, yeah. Yes, Charles, I am the victim, Charles Robinson's sister. And I'm listening to your family members and everybody saying, you know, what you have done. You took my brother's life.
Ms. Robinson, please direct your comments to the parole panel, not Mr. Winfrey, okay?
Okay. I didn't know if y'all can hear me or he can hear me. Who can hear me?
Everybody can hear you, but you need to direct your comments to the panel.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm listening to what the family is saying about, you know, what he has done. You know, and I agree with everything that you've done. You know, do I think you should get parole? I do think everybody deserves a second chance. I don't think you served enough time because you can never bring back the time that, you know, we have lost. My brother had grandchildren. He'll never get a chance to see his grandchildren. You know, and my heart goes out to you because of what y'all did. That was very, 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 very wrong. I don't even know what to say because I don't like talking on these type of things. And I'm not God to judge whether you should get parole or whether you shouldn't, because they're going to make their decision the way they see fit anyway.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. We appreciate hearing from you today. All right, I think we can start our interview now with Mr. Winfrey. Your case was assigned to me, and I do have some questions. I've listened to everything that was said today by all parties. I've read in great detail the information provided by the prison, by probation and parole, by your attorney. And I do appreciate your service to others. You have done some really good work. But I have to take into account what has been said by the victims, particularly Miss Marcia. She's concerned. I mean, she did say in the information that we got, and I made a note of it from the DA's office, that you know, the plea terms were proposed by Mr. Winfrey, not by the state. So he did, in fact, ask for some consideration during sentencing. The DA says that the inmate has already been shown mercy and grace from the citizens of Calcasieu and the state through the reduction of 3 counts of first-degree murder to 3 counts of manslaughter, thereby avoiding capital trial and verdicts. So that's something that we have to consider. And I'm so appreciative that we've heard from Ms. Chamber and Ms. Robinson that they have forgiven you for the crime, and that should give you some peace. We've also heard from your family that he's meek and mild. He's a mild and meek man. So tell me, I mean, I know you've given some thought to what you did. You've expressed remorse, and you told me that this was over, you know, some drugs and $10,000. And what kind of mild and meek man would go into a home, tie up those people, and kill them all? Mild and meek. Tell me what was in you at that time to make you do that.
At the time, I was under the influence of drugs. PCP had been my drug of choice. I was angry and upset, and that's the reason that it happened. Something that should have never happened. It's the worst mistake that I've ever made, the worst decision I've ever made. And I've worked really hard to try to overturn this. I realized that real accountability is not just about serving time, but it's about change. So over the course of years, I've taken full advantage of the treatment available by the Department of Corrections to change my behavior. I've used the programs as tools, the tools to show me my behavior in the past, the person that I can become in my future. I'm very grateful for continuing to follow after doing the right thing. I'm grateful for the opportunity to have met with Ms. Duhan. I'm grateful for the opportunity to meet with Ms. Chambers. I appreciate that forgiveness. It means a whole lot. It has impacted my life in a very meaningful way. I truly and sincerely apologize to the victims. I know that there's no way that I can overturn this situation. If I could breathe breath, if I could give my life in exchange for theirs, I would. because I'm such indebted to them.
Okay.
Uh,
I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, I didn't mean to do that.
I'm deeply, deeply sorry for my actions. I realize that my actions have affected and harmed a lot of people. By going through the victim offender program, I realized the effects that my actions had on my victims, the trauma that they had to experience, the financial strain that it placed them in, they probably questioned God, asked God, why did this happen? You know, the different doubts that was placed upon them because of my actions. Many people, include not just the victims, but my family and the community suffered from my actions. What I've done here is try to overturn or become a better person over the course of my incarceration. And I tried to use my time wisely. Yes, I made some mistakes, but I realized that I had to keep getting back up and keep trying. The reason I'm before you today is not because I didn't accept the plea. I'm here because the law was changed, and I'm just exercising under Act 122 that changed, that worked in my favor. That's why I'm here, just seeking mercy upon the parole board to be granted to be allowed to spend time with my family and be a productive citizen. There's no way I can. There's no amount of certifications or treatment that I can take that could ever overturn or bring their family back. But this is all I can do. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Any questions?
Mr. Winfrey, when looking at the police report, how long did it take from the time you got into the house with the people to the time they ended up getting shot? Looks like y'all kept waiting for somebody and then adding people to the people you were holding on to. Is that how it went?
No, sir. They were all in the house. Our co-defense was searching the house. They were on the ground. So it was probably about 30 minutes into it.
30 minutes for the whole thing to go, unfold?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Winfrey. And so we are prepared to vote. I'm going to vote first. And, you know, yours is a difficult case in that there were 4 people killed. Not 1, but 4. And an unborn baby. And like Ms. Duhan said, I appreciate that you're taking advantage of the law that's changed, and you should. I think you should, and that's what it's there for. And it doesn't negate your plea agreement either. But I agree with Ms. Duhan. I don't feel like 6 years for 4 people each for 4 persons is enough time. You know, I just think it's insufficient time served at this time. I just like the panel that you saw before, everybody was impressed with the work that you've done and you didn't let up, and I'm impressed by that. But today, out of respect for the position by the DA and the victims, it's just not your day today. My vote is to deny. Ms. do.
Mr. Winfrey, I have the same reservation. When I read it, it's just insufficient time based on, and I'm not retrying you. I'm just saying, this is This is, you were given a sentence and I'm not prepared to grant today. But my vote is to deny based on victim opposition and insufficient time served.
Mr. Daigle.
I concur for the same reasons.
Mr. Winfrey, today your parole has been denied. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, good morning still. We are reconvening at the Raymond LaBorde Correctional Center. It is 11:56 on Thursday, August 14th, 2025. Good morning, Warden. Could you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, good morning. Brent Thompson, Warden.
Stephen Bordon, Deputy Warden.
Nikki Shinver, Deputy Warden.
Raven Heath, classification.
Melissa Joshua, Records.
All right, good. We got the 18. Thank you. Thank you so much for accommodating us today. And we have Mr. Patton there in front of us. Is that who you are, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, tell us your name and DOC number.
Morris Patton, DOC number 393-103.
I said Patton. You pronounce it Patton?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I apologize. Okay, Mr. Patton. Mr. Patton, you are, excuse me, classified as a third felony offender. Currently serving a 20-year sentence, possession of Xanax, possession of oxycodone, and then as a habitual offender for possession of heroin. Your parole eligibility date was November 1st, 2017, and your good time date is in September of 2031. Is all that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the record, let me just let you know, we have a representative from the DA's office in Jefferson Parish who will be giving us some comments shortly. So your case was assigned to me. So let me just, and we want to hear your statement, but I'm going to tell you what we want to know. I see that you have a pretty extensive juvenile arrest history with violence and drugs. I think your first arrest is when you were 15, and then you just kept going on, and as an adult, you never grew out of it. You were arrested at least 15 times between 1997 and 2012. You weren't convicted on all of those, but you were on some. That's why it's the habitual offender. So I see violence, drugs, firearm violations, trespassing. You've served time for manslaughter. And then you were arrested only days after your release from supervision. So tell us why you believe you're a good candidate for parole now.
I was at the time I was young, and you know, when kids, when you're young, you go through things. So I guess it was one of those things I was going through. And now that I'm older, I mean, I have grandkids, I have group mentally, I've done self-evaluation. So once I evaluated myself, I feel like this here, not the time, this not the where I want to be, you know. So that's where I feel like I can do better, you know. I feel like me being incarcerated, I have done better. I told the guys, and you know, when they down, I try to lift them up, and when I'm down, they, you know, they also try to lift me up. So that's about it, man.
All right. Well, I'm going to ask you some more questions in a little bit, but first we'd like to hear from Warden Thompson.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing? Look, I just want to mention, I spoke to him on yesterday and done an interview with him. I think his biggest thing is he need to learn how to apply himself a lot better. I spoke to him in regards to what his education looks like, and currently he don't have his GED, and I think that's something he needs to acquire. He needs to definitely apply himself as far as that's concerned. I think it'd help him out long term.
Good deal. I appreciate it. Did you, in the record, is there any substance abuse program completion?
No.
I couldn't find it either. I just wanted to be sure I didn't miss it. And I see a write-up, the last write-up was in 2021. Can you identify what that contraband was?
Let's put that. Smoking tobacco, basically what it was.
Tobacco, okay. All right, thank you. So let's hear from Mr. Randy Meyer, the DA's office, please.
Good morning or good noon. Randy Meyer, Assistant DA,
And we're opposed at this time because we did not see any substance abuse treatment as well, and no educational or vocational achievements with this program. That extensive record of drugs, weapons, and violence suggests he does need additional programming prior to this. But at this time, we're opposed.
All right, thank you, sir. So, Mr. Patton, tell us, you were habitual possession of heroin, possession of Xanax and oxycodone. Were you just dealing drugs or were you using?
For the record, man, I was charged for that. I wasn't, when I went to trial, I wasn't never found in possession. They said I was in possession, but on the stand, they said otherwise I didn't have possession. So, I mean.
So my question is, were you a drug user?
Oh, no, ma'am.
So you were just a drug dealer?
I wasn't selling drugs, man, but if you want me to take accountability for it.
No, I'm just asking, were you a drug user or a drug dealer?
I was neither one at the time, man.
So then why are you considered a habitual offender?
I mean, you had the wrong place at the wrong time and you get charged for something and that's how they charge you, I guess.
Well, actually, you were convicted. I mean, I understand because I went over, you had a lot of arrests, you were charged with stuff and you didn't get convicted on them all, but you did get convicted on that.
Yes, ma'am. During trial, yes.
So that's what I have to go on. Did you say you weren't a drug user? And so in 1997, you pled guilty to possession of marijuana. Well, in 98 you did.
That's
You also pled guilty to possession of cocaine. Did you have it then?
But that was then, yes.
So at that time, were you a drug user or a drug dealer?
At that time, I was a drug seller.
You were a dealer. Have you ever used drugs?
Say that again?
Have you ever used drugs, illegal drugs?
No.
Have you ever abused alcohol?
No.
2000, how long have you been in jail?
15 and a half years.
How many?
15 and a half years.
I think you said 50.
13 and a half years.
13 and a half. Thank you. I'm sorry. We're not getting good sound today. I'm just not convinced. You haven't convinced me yet when I look at your record that you didn't use drugs based on what your record looks like. So tell us about your the only program I see is you got the 100 hours. Why have you not signed up for any additional programming?
Because at that time, I felt like by me being incarcerated, I could be right, I could be wrong. I feel like me being incarcerated, I didn't need a program to get out of jail because I feel like I was gonna get out regardless. So I feel like
Why bother? But after your conversation with the warden on yesterday, do you understand the importance of, trying to better yourself? Because it's not just about getting out of jail, Mr. Patton, it's about staying out of jail.
Right. I did understand the conversation with the warden yesterday, man. And
yeah.
We was on the same page.
Good. So now you understand you need to at least try to get your GED. I think they got that program there. All right. I'm going to defer to my colleagues. Do you have any questions?
I'd like to know what happened at your last hearing in 2018. I have the vote sheet and it's kind of interesting. It says you refused to participate in the hearing. What was going on?
I mean, once I heard that I got denied because of behind a TED test situation, and I figured that was it, because what they mentioned that was they used to deny me on the TED test situation from school. So, and you know how I just.
You know what, I think maybe you make a lot of assumptions and get maybe some bad guidance. I'm glad that warden is there, because I know this warden is going to be able to communicate effectively with you on some issues. Mr. Barrow, any questions?
Yeah, said you had pled guilty to manslaughter from a first-degree murder. What are the details of that charge?
That was my fingerprint global on that.
The what?
I'm sorry. Understand you clearly. That's Alpha. My fingerprints is global. It was a prejudice conviction under Alpha.
Alpha.
It was a prejudice under Alpha. His fingerprints are global.
So you didn't commit anything, you just got convicted? By Alpha?
It's Alpha, sir. That's all I can say.
Okay.
You can check the file, sir.
Thank you.
All right, well, I don't see any more questions, Mr. Patton. And I'm not ready to grant your parole today. I do agree with Warden Thompson. You know, I think you need some more tools in your toolbox to be successful, because we want you to get out of jail and we want you not to come back to jail. And I don't think you're properly equipped at this time for that. And Warden Thompson has set out a little plan, at least for your education aspect of it. I think you ought to take advantage of that. But my vote today, based on the objection by the DA's office and the need for additional program, is to deny. Mrs. Ledoux?
My vote is to deny. I don't think you're prepared for reentry based on lack of programming. And I'll be honest, I think you have a little bit of an attitude problem today.
Mr. Byron?
I'm going to concur with my colleagues for the same reasons.
All right, Mr. Patton, you got some work to do. Go do that work and you can reapply. Good luck. All right. Mr. Snowden, good afternoon, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Snowden,
DOC number is what?
27905.
27905. Yes, sir. That's what I have. So, Mr. Snowden, this is a rehearing. I saw you the last time you appeared. Nice to see you again.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, my colleagues today on the panel, to my left is Mrs. Ledoux, and to my right is Mr. Byra. I want to acknowledge you've got some folks here in support. You've got the Parole Project. Mr. Kerry Myers is here. Dorothy Smith, your sister, and your brother Jesse Snowden, all who will be speaking in support. Also present on Zoom is your son, and there is your nephew, John. And thank you all for coming. We'll call on you at the appropriate time. We do also have some folks representing the victim. We have Mr. Albert Monk, Monique Franklin, and Yolanda Ford, all who will be speaking, and we'll ask for their remarks shortly. Also on Zoom is your son, Sean. So you've been through this process before, Mr. Snowden, but let me just read the identifiers into the record. You are classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a 40-year sentence. You were sentenced in Tensall Parish, I believe it was. Yeah, Tensall Parish in March of 1999 for manslaughter, and you have a second-degree murder. You have a parole eligibility date, which was August 1st, 2021, and you have a good time date, July of 2031. Is all that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so tell us, I saw you, as I mentioned, in 2021, a while back, and at that time you were denied parole, and I voted to deny parole. And I didn't feel at that time you were adequately prepared for transition back to the community. I recognize that you had worked for Prison Enterprises for a long, lengthy time and may not have had the access to programs that we would have liked to see. So what have you done since 2021 to better prepare?
Working in the PE garment. And I got AANA class. And I signed up for Liberty Valley and anger management.
Have you been able to take living in balance and anger management yet?
Ma'am?
Have you completed those programs, living in balance?
No, ma'am, not yet.
Anger management?
No, ma'am.
Are you enrolled in them?
In AANA.
Okay. All right. And so tell us why you believe, considering your crime, why you believe we should grant you an early release today.
Since I've been locked up, I haven't had any more write-ups or none of that. And I also got trustee status. And I'm still doing AANA. And it's the only day sign up for anger management and Liberty Valley I can get in those classes.
Good. So what, do you have your GED?
No, ma'am.
You have the job skills training with Prison Enterprises?
Yes, ma'am.
Garment factory for a couple of decades, so yeah. All right, so Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Snowden?
He's currently enrolled in the ANA. He haven't finished it just yet. He finished the pre-release, he completed that. He and I talked just on yesterday when I interviewed him, and I just think he actually really need to get involved in a victim impact class under the situation of his crime. I think it'd be something beneficial to him.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let's hear from the Parole Project, Mr. Myers.
Yes, good afternoon. Kerry Myers here with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here for Mr. Snowden today. Mr. Snowden, 73 years old, served 28 years now on his sentence, about 70% of his sentence. I think based on Mr. Snowden's age, his participation in particularly AANA, which does have a direct impact on the offense that he committed. He's had his stability since he's been incarcerated. He's been at the same job for 21 years at the garment factory on the sewing machines. He's got one disciplinary report in 28 years. That was 25 years ago. He's got a long-term residence plan with family. Should that, for some reason, and not pan out, we're prepared to take Mr. Snowden. And one of the things that we would do is based on his age, as you know, we would connect him to the services and benefits that he would be entitled to, and locate long-term elderly housing for him, which is actually very close to our housing, which would keep him in our orbit if it came to that. But we don't expect that, but we are prepared for that. Mr. Snowden's no threat to public safety. Obviously, the board weighs many factors in their decisions, but we would just ask this board to consider the time served on the sentence and his age and his record, his disciplinary record, in granting his parole today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Myers. Miss Dorothy Smith, please. Okay, I'm sorry, we couldn't reach her back. So do we have Eric Snowden with us? Go ahead, Eric.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, ma'am. How y'all doing today?
Good.
Hey,
Go
man.
ahead.
Yes, I believe my dad has had a change of mind. He's been heading in that direction since he's been incarcerated. He's been displaying the characteristics of someone that's ready to re-enter society and become productive for spending time, the rest of his time with family. He's been very encouraging for his not just telling us about it, but in his actions, showing us that, hey, I have a changed mind. The mindset that he had back in 97 is no longer the mindset that he has today at 2025. He has a strong support system here at home. I'm his his middle son. I'm a pastor at my church. He has a great supporting cast, when he reenters society. So we just believe God that when he comes home, he's most definitely apologetic, for his actions. And I believe that he has served a lot of time. And I just want to see my dad home, just to enjoy the time that we have and just love him. I just love him and miss him considerably, man. I just pray that he comes home.
All right, thank you, sir. We
Yes,
appreciate you speaking with us.
Yes, ma'am.
I have Jesse Snowden also.
Yes.
Uh,
Go ahead.
I believe my brother spent a lot of time in here, and I had 4 other relatives, brothers and sisters who died. There's only 4 left. And for society, I don't know if y'all decided whether he paid it, but I miss my brother. And I'm 67, he's 73, and I'm ready for at least spend the last couple of days with him because I'm sickly too.
All right, sir, thank you. Now it's time for us to hear from family of the victims. Could we hear from Albert Monk? You're still on mute, sir.
Can hear you.
Yes.
Can you hear
Go
me now?
ahead. Yes, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Albert Monk. I am the brother-in-law of Lawrence Jr., the person that was killed by Mr. Snowden. And I'm also the husband of Gwen Monk, the person who was shot in the back. I can look at the fact and understand that how some family members may miss their family member that are still living. But in this family, as well as my wife, I can say that my brother-in-law is gone and we miss him, but we will never get the chance to see him again. I can still remember that horrific night that Mr. Snowden shot my brother-in-law in the head several times and then shot my wife in the back. At that time, during the year of 1997, I was a young police officer in Dallas, Texas, beginning my career. I just retired in 2022 after 36 years of law enforcement. There's never been a day that has went by that I could say at that particular time, had I would have had my gun on me, carrying it like I should have with being a law enforcement officer, would this been a different situation that we'll be talking about today? Because I looked at the fact, and I think about it all the time, and I would have had my gun, then I would have probably been there to protect my brother-in-law as well as protect my wife. But at that particular time, I'm looking at that we are out enjoying ourselves on a anniversary during Thanksgiving weekend, and that I shouldn't have a need to have a weapon, be thinking about somebody in the family getting killed. But little did I know that it happened. And Mr. Snowden, after we got up to go to the dance floor from the club, me and my other brother-in-law, this guy sat there, stopped my brother-in-law. Once we was gone on the dance floor, he approached him and he shot him in the head several times. And then after that, he shot my wife in the back also. And at the time that the paramedics was transporting my brother-in-law to the hospital, I was in the process. I had to transport my wife too, while this was all going on, while I'm listening, trying to understand what's his condition. But moving on, as we got to the hospital, my wife went into the surgery room for her to look at her wounds. And they brought my brother-in-law into the room where I was, and he was laying on the gurney and he was still. And I asked of the doctor at that time, I said, "Doctor, is there anything you could do?" And he said, "No, there's nothing we could do. We could try to massage his brain, but if we did that, he would be a vegetable. He wouldn't be able to do anything." So at that point in time, when I looked at that and I seen the fact about my brother-in-law laying there dead, and the fact is, I said one thing. I said, "You know what? You have been one of the best brother-in-law that I had." Not only would he give you a shirt off his back, but he would also give you a suit. When I married his sister, he bought me a suit, and he didn't really even know me that good. This was the type of man that would give you anything that you would ask for. If Mr. Snowden maybe would have came there and talked to my brother-in-law, they probably could have discussed things, and we've never been in this situation where we are today. But in light of that, Mr. Snowden decided that he wanted to take the jury and everything, judge, jury, everything into his hand and shoot my brother-in-law. That's one of the things that I think about all the time, as well as that I had to make the call to my mother-in-law, who was elderly at the time, at 4 a.m. in the night, and make that call to say that you have your son has been killed. And I was the one made that call. So in making that call, the fact is that I think that now that she's gone, that was part of the situation that took her out because of her son. Her particular son, which my brother-in-law was come from a large family, but he supported that family. He would buy everything for the family. He would support the family. He would do a lot. So wrapping things up to say that my deal is that being in law enforcement, and I see a lot of things that I've dealt with as being an officer, and I look at people that sometimes can be rehabilitated and can be remorseful for what they have done. But in this case right here, I feel that Mr. Snowden should not be paroled at this time because once again, I still go through the situation with my wife. If that bullet would have been a couple of inches to the right, it would have paralyzed her in her spine. And I'll be here right today saying that I have a brother-in-law that was killed and cold-blooded, and then my wife, who is now wouldn't be able to move anymore. And I just said one thing, then I'll be through. Being in law enforcement, there are 4 culpability states, and the culpability state is the one called accidental, recklessness, intentionally, and knowingly. That's the culpability state. Mr. Snowden met the culpability state. He intentionally and knowingly killed my brother-in-law. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't recklessness. It was recklessness when he kept shooting. He could have shot other people in that particular club. But at this point in time, he met the 2 culpability state, knowingly, intentionally hunted out my brother-in-law, and he assassinated him right there at that table on the floor. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Monk. We appreciate hearing from you. We also have Monique Franklin, Mr. Chapman's sister, I believe.
I am actually his niece. I speak on my family, but I was there that night. Man, as my Uncle Albert just said, we were there, just having a family gathering, a good time, and we're a big family, but most of us were living at that time in major cities, and you just did not expect. But when I say I was there, I didn't see it. There was a panel between where Mr. Snowden shot my uncle and where I was dancing. But my mother was sitting at the table at that time. And I heard my mother say, "He shot my brother. He shot my brother." And as we tried to figure out what was going on and go over there was my uncle laying in the floor. That was my uncle. I am now 58 years old. Mr. Snowden, and to your family, I understand, and to the parole board, he's 73. My uncle didn't get to see 73. My mother didn't get to see 73. I don't know, God knows, as I say, I'm 58. This happened when I was 38. There's not a day that doesn't go by. I take sleeping pills at night, so I don't have to see my uncle laying on the floor. Everything about this revolves around my life. I got a call on April 29th to tell me this case was coming up. Well, my mother passed away on May 8th. Then 2 days later, it's Mother's Day. My mother's birthday is June 2nd. Then my birthday comes up. I had a wedding anniversary, have a birthday, but none of that means anything to me. You can't imagine hearing the gun, and then my mother screaming, and the person that he said he was trying to actually get to, that young lady that was in there, she grabbed my mother so hard her nails dug into my mother's skin. And that was something my mother never got over. I had to listen to my mother and going to psychiatrists when she started having dementia and she started reliving all this. I can't. I just, as a family member, I have to say, I'm against the parole.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for sharing those feelings with us. And then we have Yolanda Ford.
Hi, yes, I'm Yolanda Ford, and almost 28 years ago, my Uncle Lawrence, who was a father, son, brother, valedictorian, business owner, he was a pillar of the community. He was, as my cousin and my uncle have said, he was the backbone of our family. He was murdered, and our family has just never been the same. Something was ripped from us, and the trauma that we endured, it did not end at his funeral. It lingers, and as my cousin said, it shapes every day of our lives. We try to move forward, but the presence of his absence is so overwhelming. And as a licensed professional counselor, I see families survive traumatic loss all the time, but there's always a hole. There's always a shadow of fear and anxiety. And that's been our life for nearly 3 decades. I was not there with my family when my uncle was murdered and when my aunt was shot. I was back at the home. I was a junior in high school. And I remember every moment of what happened once we received that phone call. From when my grandmother had to answer that call, she had to sit down next to the phone and she made the call to the funeral home, and how she composed herself while everyone else around her was falling apart. That next morning, I woke up. My grandmother was sitting on the side of her bed, bawling uncontrollably. I had never seen her do that before. And that was because my uncle, who was the backbone of this family, was no longer there. Now, his children will never know what type of father and grandfather he could have been. My mother, his sister, will never know the type of brother that he could have been in their later years. My children will never know the uncle that he could have been. And trust me, he was the favorite uncle among all of us. In life, we make choices, and those choices have consequences. And the man who murdered my Uncle Lawrence made a life-altering decision, not only for himself, but for our entire family. And his choice took my uncle's life and changed our lives forever. So his actions have sentenced us to a lifetime of grief, and I believe that he should not be released from his sentence. And for these reasons, I respectfully but firmly urge you not to grant him parole, because he took something from us that can never be restored. And the pain and the impact of that loss is so real today as they were that night that this happened. I thank you for hearing me.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for sharing those thoughts. So we'll get back to that's all the speakers that we have. So we'll get back to Mr. Snowden. Mr. Snowden, tell us why you did what you did.
Ma'am. Been here.
Why did you do what you did?
Because he threatened me, and he put his hand on his pocket like he had a gun in his pocket. And from what they just said, about 7 shots, but just only 1 shot. He was shot once, and it wasn't in the head. They say several shots was fired. The ball would only have 7 shots. that I had.
Um,
He threatened me like he told me, if you don't stop talking to her, I can make you. Like, he said, I have a way of keeping you from saying anything to her. But I really thought that he had a gun in his pocket that he was gonna shoot me with.
right. But why did you have a gun on you?
Now,
Why did you have a gun?
I didn't have it at the time. It was outside in the vehicle.
So you went back and got the gun?
I went back and got it because I thought he had one.
So you came in and you meant to hurt him?
Now,
You meant to hurt him?
no, ma'am. When I come in, back in, I told Jared to holler at them.
Right. Well, Mr. Snowden, what I'm trying to get at is why didn't you, when you went out, why didn't you just stay out and not come back in?
Well, I thought about that since I've been locked up. It was many things I could have did. I could have went and called the police and had him arrested and this and that, but I was afraid that he had that gun and he was gonna shoot me.
Could have just left. All right, so, how do you feel about killing him?
But after he got shot, Jared, he come rushing at me and I turned and the gun went off again. When it went off, another dude came up behind me, hit me in my head with the bottle. When I got up off the floor, I left and went out the club and went down the road.
Right. I think I have to agree with the warden. I think you definitely need some victim impact training. I don't have any other questions. You have any questions, Mrs. Liddell?
I would suggest thinking for a change if you have it there, Warden, as well.
All right, Mr. Snowden, I don't see any more questions, so I think we're ready to vote. And again, I saw you, like I said, in 2021, and I really don't believe you're any better prepared today than you were then. I do believe you need the victim impact training that Warden Thompson has talked to you about, because it doesn't feel like you know what you did to that family, the impact that it's had on them. It doesn't feel like, or maybe you just can't express yourself, but that program will help you do that. So my vote today, based on the opposition we've heard from the family, and the lack of sufficient programming to prepare you for release, my vote today is to deny. Mrs. Ledoux?
I also concur with those issues, and I'm not sure you are expressing any remorse. I would like to see you take thinking for a change as well as the victim impact. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Bauer?
I concur with my colleagues for the same reason.
All right, Mr. Snowden, you got some work to do, sir. Good luck to you. All right, we are ready for Mr. Stevens.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Stevens, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Yes, I'm Matthew Stevens, DOC number 388382. Thank y'all for having me today.
All right. And let me acknowledge we have Mr. Terrence Wynn, I believe that is, with the PIPES program that wants to speak. We'll ask him to do so very shortly. First of all, let me just read some identifying information. Well, you know the process because this is a rehearing. This is not your first time. So, Mr. Stevens, you're classified as a third felony offender. You're currently serving a 50-year sentence, possession with intent to just as a habitual offender. Sentenced in Caddo Parish in March 2012, possession with intent to distribute methamphetamine, hydrocodone, and Xanax. You received 50 years on each of those running concurrently. Parole eligibility date was October of 2020, and your good time date is in 2057. Does all that sound correct to you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so since your last hearing, we may have changed the process a little bit. We want you to tell us a little bit about yourself and why do you believe you're a good candidate for parole?
I've taken some classes that I've changed my mindset, and I don't want to do drugs anymore. I don't want to harm people by selling them drugs. I used and sold drugs to a lot of people throughout my life. I've been an addict. I've been in and out of drug treatment classes and prisons for a long time, and drugs have been my downfall. And I've hurt my family, I've hurt others by selling drugs to them and using drugs with them. And I took the Living in Balance phase 1 and 2, and that class teaches you that there's no victimless crime. I always felt like for so long that I didn't have a victim, that I was on a drug charge, and I kind of looked at it like that. But after taking that class, you do realize that I had a lot of victims, maybe not a direct victim that I hurt physically, but mentally I had a lot of victims that I sold to, and I did hurt their life in some type of way. And I feel sorry for it. I'm ashamed of the person that I was back then. I was 31 years old when I came to jail. I'm fixing to be 49 in October. And I know I'm not the same person that I was back then. I've been out of my kids' life for going on 18 years. And they were 14 and 12 when I got arrested. They're now 31 and 29. And I got 3 grandkids now that I haven't been in their life. So I know that I've changed my mindset, and I'm not ever going to use drugs again. I'm definitely not going to sell drugs again. I just feel like I need an ongoing rehabilitation in my life at all times. I know I'm an addict and always will be an addict, but even though I'm not currently using drugs, I know how it's happened in my life. I've gotten sober, and I said I wasn't going to do anything again, and stopped doing classes, and I got right back into it. And I understand that I'm going to have to stay in the classes, stay in the AA, I have a sponsor out there now that is going to be around me all the time, and I can be able to talk to, and also have Mr. Wynn with Pipes that I definitely am looking forward to working with, being that I've been doing the juvenile awareness program in here. And he pretty much does the same thing out there. And speaking of troubled youth and just giving them our testimony and telling them, what we've been through in life, and helping the kids understand that there's a lot of kids out there that are using drugs or selling drugs at a young age and not understanding that a drug charge is serious too. I got 50 years on it, and I want them to know my struggle and what I've been through and all the time that I've had to do on a drug charge. I've never been convicted of a violent offense. I don't hurt people physically. I hurt them by using drugs and selling drugs to them. That's how I've hurt people. And I want kids to understand that I regret those decisions. And I've lost my time with my family, my children, and not been able to be there when my grandchildren were born. I haven't even seen them in person, and it hurts. And I just want to help somebody else not have to go through what I've gone through almost 18 years, you know.
All right. So Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Stevens?
Well, noting on record here, according to his master prison record, he does have a detainer, which is a federal detainer. But outside of that, I definitely believe he needs some long-term substance abuse treatment, maybe a CER program. Just on it up to we admit it to himself. He has some serious issues when it comes down to drugs.
Mr. Stevens, what's the federal detainer?
It's a convicted felon with a firearm. The same, when I caught this charge, the Bureau of Prisons, they picked up the gun charge and the state picked up the drug charge.
Okay. So do you owe some time on that?
Yes, ma'am. I got sentenced to 63 months, which is 5 years, 3 months. And I've been sentenced already. I got sentenced before I even was sentenced on the state charge. I was sentenced on my federal charge.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. Let's hear from Mr. Wynn. Terrence Wynn, please.
Good afternoon, and thank y'all for this opportunity. Matthew, he completed the first step to recovery by admitting that he had a problem. And any person that has a drug problem has to have support. Anybody coming out the prison system has to have support to succeed, because you won't succeed without support. Our organization is going to give Matt the support he needs to succeed. We're going to open up the arenas for him to speak to kids, help him with employment, and we're going to always be there to support him so that he don't never return back to his old habits, because you got to have the support not to do that. Because if you don't have support, you're going to start feeling sorry for yourself. You're going to start looking for things to make you want to go back to that old lifestyle. And coming from the system and understanding all of these downfalls, we're prepared to just make things as comfortable as possible for him. And because we know that he needs it, and we know that he has a good heart, a change of heart. He's become a different man by being in prison and understanding that the victim of his crime was mostly him. It was society, but he victimized himself also by using drugs, by selling drugs. To support a habit, he had to sell drugs. And we understand all of the mechanisms that goes along with that, because we have firsthand knowledge on these things, so that we can always give him the support he needs so that he can be a success, and so that he can stop, even if it's just one kid, his voice could stop him, because he has the experience to reach out to a kid that's going through the same thing that he's going through, so he can stop that kid from coming to prison for 50 years. But our main thing is to make sure that he never returns to prison or return to the lifestyle he once lived. And that's what we are offering him. So thank y'all for this opportunity.
Sir, Mr. Stevens, your case was assigned to Mrs. Ledoux. Would you answer her question?
Mr. Stevens, reviewing your criminal history, there's a lot. There's a lot. Let's see. One of the things that in 1995, illegal carrying of a weapon, and that was a federal charge, and they were rejected. Let's see. But then you went, 1995, pled guilty in U.S. District Court, 37 months in federal prison, 3 years supervised release. So this 1995 charge, for illegal carrying of weapons, the federal charge, that predates what you are facing already, huh?
Yes, ma'am. That was my first conviction ever. I was 18 years old, and when I got arrested on that charge, I was 19 when I got sentenced. I pled guilty to illegal possession of an unregistered firearm and got sentenced to 37 months in the federal prison. And
Isn't enough to wake you up? I mean,
I understand what you mean, ma'am. I just
sometimes I wish people got longer sentences the first time. Well, you got a federal charge and spent, in federal prison. And that just kind of surprised me. I wanted to explore that. How many children do you have?
2.
Do you have any contact with your children?
My son.
Okay. Where would you live if you were paroled?
In Dubberly, Louisiana, on the other side of Minden.
Okay. I'm vaguely familiar where that is, and that is where you were residing, where you got picked up in Caddo, right?
I was living in Shreveport.
You were in Caddo. In the same vicinity.
2 parishes over from Shreveport.
Mm-hmm. How many years have you served on your 50-year sentence?
17 years and 4 months, I think now.
So the last time you were heard was 2023. And it was because you had some behavior issues at that time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You were removed from SHISAP after
Yes.
being to go there.
Yes, ma'am.
What I'm seeing is a pattern of non-compliance. And I'm not certain I see that pattern has been broken yet. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Ballard?
No questions.
And I don't have any questions either. I do agree with the warden. He has suggested, maybe give you another shot at the Steve Boyle program. How do you feel about that?
I feel like I need that. Yes, ma'am. I do. I've hit rock bottom.
Yeah. Why were you removed before? Why were you taken out of it?
RSET program.
Yeah.
I got a write-up.
For what?
He and 2 other individuals got a write-up. A guy from work release got caught with some contraband, and he said we were the recipients of the package, which I did have things inside that package. And I just
What was contraband?
on the write-up it stated there was cell phones, Suboxone strips, green leafy substance, synthetic marijuana, and what else was in there?
Right. So it was the phone and drugs. And you're saying it wasn't your stuff? Is that what you're saying?
Not all of it. Yeah, some of it was. Yes, ma'am. There was 3 of us.
It's a simple answer. You were dancing around it. Cell phone, contraband, drug. All right.
Okay.
We have no questions. You ready to vote, Mrs. Ledoux?
Mr. Stevens, I hope that you are afforded the opportunity to go back to the Steve Boyle program. I am not going to condition, I'm not going to condition a grant upon that. My vote is to deny today. I believe you need to take the substance abuse program, and you do have some more time that you need to be serving.
Mr. Byron?
I vote to deny also for the same reason.
Yeah, Mr. Stevens, I think you got some more work to do. I think you finally are headed on the right track and you got some direction. But you do have some more work to do. We want to see you succeed when you get out. So Hopefully the warden can recommend you for that program and we'll get you the treatment you need. And whenever you get some more treatment under your belt, reapply. We'll be glad to consider you again if there's time to do so.
Okay, thank y'all.
All right, good luck, man.
All right, Mr. Foster, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Introduce yourself. Tell us your name and DOC
My
number.
name is Douglas Foster.
And what's your DOC number?
It's 536-885.
Let me see. Yeah, I was looking at your signal. Yes, 536-885. Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Foster, you're classified as a first felony offender. You are currently serving a 20-year sentence, sentenced in Ouachita Parish in August of 2008 for one count of aggravated incest. Parole eligibility is August 15th of this year. You don't earn good time, so your full term date is going to be August 14th of 2028. Does all that sound accurate to you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Ledoux. Before I turn it over to her, I'm going to ask Warden Thompson, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Foster?
No, ma'am, no comment.
All right. Ms. Ledoux.
Tell me why you're here and why you think we should allow you to get out today.
The reason I'm here is because of incest, and I had possession of marijuana, and I had 2 illegal guns, you know. And that was the only thing they charged me with.
Okay, have you taken sex offender treatment yet?
No, ma'am, I was supposed to in Winfield, but they shut down. I was working as a tutor, so I never got a chance to get around to taking it, and they finally shut the place down.
How long have you been there?
I was there 12 years.
How long have you been at the
I've been
facility?
there, almost 2 years now.
And have you requested to take it?
No, ma'am.
You haven't. You haven't requested to take it?
I didn't know I had to.
So you don't think you need to?
I didn't know I had to, but.
So you don't think you need to?
Well, I probably do, but I know that I've been, I have no desire for any sexual activity. I prayed to God that He'd take that away from me. And so ever since then, I've had no desire for any sex. I just prayed He'd take it away from me, and so I can't even watch this stuff on TV. Anything on TV like that, I just don't even, just turn away, you know.
I don't have any other questions.
Have you done any victim awareness training?
They supposed to put me in a class, but I haven't done it yet. They haven't put me in the class yet.
Yeah, all right.
So that's one thing I do need to take.
Yeah, you had a significant impact on the victim. I think we're prepared to vote, Mr. Foster, Mrs. Ledoux.
I don't see any sex offender treatment, no victim awareness. I just don't believe that you're prepared to be a successful member of society without some of that treatment. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Bauer.
I concur, deny for the same reason.
Mr. Foster, my vote today is also to deny. You're not prepared for release. We also have extensive opposition in the record from the sentencing judge, the district attorney, and law enforcement. So you've got some work to do, Mr. Foster. Today, your parole is being denied. All right, we're ready for Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, good afternoon, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Neil Lewis, 106647.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lewis. Let me just read some identifying information. You are classified as a 4th felony offender. You have several different convictions in St. Mary and St. Landry parishes. Simple burglary, unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling, and indecent behavior with a juvenile. And so you were currently serving a 34-year sentence. Your parole eligibility date was June 2nd of 2017, and you do have a good time date, which is November 20th of 2027. Is all that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So your case has been assigned to Mr. Barra. I'm just going to turn it over to him. Mr. Barra?
Mr. Lewis, you've had a very poor criminal record in criminal behavior. Looks like you've had 5 periods of supervision that none of them were completed successfully. So you and your parole officer never did get along. What would be different if we granted you parole this time? You know, this would be your 6th chance to get on supervision.
Yes, sir.
Well, tell us why we should let you go and what would be different when, you know, sometimes they say 3 is a charm. I guess with you, 6 is a charm. Let's see.
Yes,
Tell
sir.
us why.
I'm older now and I can make better decisions. My mom passed away, so I had to grow up inside the institution and take more responsibility for my actions.
And that's what would be different?
Yes, sir.
Where do you plan on living if you were to be granted?
In your parish.
Who?
My sister.
Have you ever lived with her before?
Yes, sir. She was my legal guardian.
All right. I see you had some burglary charges, two burglary charges, and unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling. You know, one lady woke up to you laying naked with her in the side of the bed. The indecent behavior charge, you drove your van and followed a girl around with a short skirt and fondled her. What do you have to say about those 2 things? That's kind of scary as far as, you know, being out there with that kind of charge and those kind of charges.
I was under the influence of alcohol and I wasn't thinking straight and I wasn't being responsible for what I was doing.
That's the excuse of why you did it. I see you did sex offender class while you've been in jail. What did you learn out of sex offender class?
To be more responsible for my actions and to think before I act.
Okay, looks like you did take some good programs. We do have, just need a note for the record that we do have some victim opposition to your being granted parole. We have a bunch of law enforcement opposition of you being granted parole. And I don't have any other questions.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I realize, you know, the law precludes you to come. You can't be before us if you've had a write-up within the last 3 years. I kind of like to look at the history of your write-ups and what was going on. Would the facility help me understand, has he been there since 21?
He's been here since 2004.
He actually got here in 2004, actually.
Okay, because so sir, Mr. Lewis, what was going on in 21? You had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You had 7 write-ups for contraband.
cigarettes.
That's all cigarette.
Yes, ma'am.
I also see 921s. We won't discuss that, but I do see 921s in your jacket. Law enforcement has written a letter expressing opposition to your release. Opelousas can be a rough place to live.
Yes, ma'am. I couldn't even laugh here with my brother.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Martin Thompson, is there anything you can add?
No, ma'am, no comment.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Buckrock?
Mr. Lewis, looking at your record and your periods of supervision, I'm not sure that you're ready for supervision again. Today, I'm gonna vote to deny your parole based on your criminal record that began in 1982, your multiple crimes that you've committed, and the multiple habitual offender convictions that you piled up. Your record's caught up with you.
Mrs. Ledoux?
Yes, my vote is to deny. I would like to make a statement. If the facility would maybe do, he needs a better transition plan, his residence plan and things like that. If y'all have any insight into halfway houses and stuff when he goes it out. Yeah.
Yeah, my vote today is also to deny. I don't think he's adequately prepared for reentry. And there's been opposition that's been expressed. So it's a unanimous vote that Mr. Lewis's parole is denied today. Good luck to you, Mr. Lewis. And Martin, thank you. That concludes our business. We're going to sign off. It's 1:21.
Thank you all as well.